You know what I want right now? I want a bag of chips. About to go downstairs, just grab a bag of chips. Why am I not talking? Why is my mouth not moving? Why did I say mouth like that? Hold up. I accidentally glued my mouth shut the last time you saw me. Just gotta pry it open real quick. Work. Cool. Alright, there you go. Yeah, I'm astral projecting all my thoughts right now. I don't need to be here. I don't need to open my mouth. That whole thought about me wanting chips, that was in my mind. What do you mean I was talking about chips? All right, I might actually go do that real quick. I'll be right back. Grab a bag of chips. I feel like I'm gonna need it today. 1 second, guys. I should have just went and grabbed it. I don't know why I started. 1 second. Is that what you want to listen to? Hase's inner monologue? I grabbed chips. I went downstairs and I don't know. My dad did something really weird yesterday. Okay, well, a lot of things happened yesterday, but like yesterday, before he went to go pick up my mother, he was boiling potatoes, and I'm like, oh, what is he gonna do with that, right? Other than eat them. But like, like, yeah, he's gonna eat the potatoes, but like, I thought he was gonna make them into something. He came home, and the potatoes were still boiling. He took them off the boiler. He like drained them, and then he just started eating them. Like, he didn't do anything with them. He just like he just started eating the potatoes like straight up, and I'm just like, what? Like, that's it? Just you just boil a potato and you just eat it? And I went downstairs just now, and he was eating like the rest of the potatoes that were left, and I'm like, what is this? I didn't say that to him, but I like side-eyed him. I was like, are you sure about this? Well, yeah. How's everybody doing? I'm doing pretty okay today. Though I'm gonna anticipate today, and I'm gonna call it. Later, I am going to be so amazingly tired. And it's because I woke up really early today. I woke up at like 4. Like 8 hours ago. 4 o'clock. 8 hours ago. And why? Well, actually, it's because my sleep schedule is like slowly fixing itself. So right now, I'm sleeping at like 7 or 6 o'clock p.m. And I'm waking up at like 3, 4 p.m. Or a.m. Imagine that. 1 full day of sleep, 1 full day of not sleep. That's how I roll, baby. You think I'm doing stuff in between each stream? Nah, dude. Every time I stop stream, it's like a full... It's like I skip a day. But yeah. I'm gonna be tired later. Like, and I hope... Today, I honestly hope and anticipate that we're gonna, like, finish. We're probably gonna finish today. The case. that we're on. So cheers to that. But that talks for later. Yeah, another thing to talk about. Sorry. Do you hear what I'm eating? I'm eating sweet and salty kettle corn popcorners. I thought these were my favorite, but then the cheese popcorners grew on me. Not that I mind these. I feel like one. I like all popcorners, even just the salt ones. Even just the salt ones. The salt ones are okay. I mean, the thing is like they're just corn, so the salt just tastes like salted corn. There's one here flavor. Well, I'm like, do you hear me eating it? Did I say do you hear the flavor then? 4D, the 4D YouTube streaming. Oh yeah, you guys do hear it. Wait, hold up. If I just like, hang on a second. Ew. Ew. It's like those. It's like mukbang channels, which is exactly what it's like. But like, you know, like every time someone on a mukbang channel like chews, and there's like that weird like pop that they make when their jaw like opens. It's weird. That's what was just happening. But yeah, yesterday was kind of a hectic day. Hectic as in I had to do some adulting. And when I say adulting, I had to get on a phone call with someone, a receptionist. And that was a fucking doozy. Because it was a whole trip. Yeah. Having to talk to someone, aka having to talk to a stranger, period. You know what I mean? Like, there's like, I don't know, as someone who like hates talking to strangers or hates having to talk to a stranger, like I don't like talking to people I don't know, to the point where I think I've talked about this before. I don't like go up to the cash register in stores. If I want to buy something at a store, like in the mall, and I'm with the boys, I grab the thing that I want and then I give it to somebody and then they go up and grab it for me, even if they're not buying anything. Preferably if they're buying something, but if they're not buying something, then I give them the thing and the money and then I'm like, go get it. Yeah, I like famously do that. So yeah, I had to make a phone call because I had to talk to a couple of receptionists about an appointment, like a doctor appointment that I have to go to, or I have to set up. My doctor made me set up my own appointment. Huh. But yeah. But the reason, normally, right, I'd be like, well, right now I'm like, talking to people, right? I didn't have that much of a problem with it. I was just like, oh, I have to set up some stuff with some peeps. And then, like, I might have to, like, tell them my information and, like, to make, like, a register or, like, account or, like, a chart, right? But the thing is, I had tried to call them, like, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, around 2 weeks ago. I tried to call them the first time a few weeks ago, and they were like, sorry, something, we can't set up the thing for you, bye. And then they hung up on me, and I was like, huh? And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I went downstairs and told my dad about it, and he was like, yeah, that was kind of rude of them, but also like it's like nearing like their calling time, like or like the end of like their shift, or like when the calling closes, so like they're probably just rushing. And I'm like, fuck that noise. Can't fuck noise. But yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, I was like scared to call them again because I was like, they're just gonna give me the same answer, right? And I did. Yesterday at like 11 in the morning, I was like on my bed. I had all like the information set out in front of me. And I was shaking. I was like, what if they tell me off? What's gonna happen? I just, you know, are they gonna be like, you called the last time and we said we can't do it for you? And I'm like, oh, you didn't tell me clearly, or I didn't listen well enough. Or was it my fault? You know, it was very like that. Yeah, so I was like, 11 in the morning. I was just like sitting there. I sat there for an hour. I sat there for an hour, being like, this is right? I'm okay to do this. And then I was just like, fuck it, we ball. And I called them. And they were like, yeah, so you're like, it's something about like the location of something or another. I'm not gonna get too into it. Like we can't help you. So, but we do have like another like number that we can give you or you can call. And I'm like, okay. And then they gave me another number, and then they gave me an extra number just in case that number didn't work, right? And then I'm like, okay. I went downstairs, I told my dad, I'm like, I need to call this other number. And he's like, okay, go for it. But if you do need this other number, I have another number for you to call. And I'm like, so I went downstairs, or I went back upstairs. I made the other call, and I'm like, hello, I wanted to make an appointment for like this specific like doctor, right? And they're like, we don't have that type of doctor here. And I'm like, why was I referred to this then? Or well, I said that in my mind, but I didn't. Yeah, I didn't say it to the receptionist. Actually, I was just like, "Oh, really? Okay." And then they referred me to another number, and I was just like, "Oh God." And I went downstairs. I told my dad, I'm like, "Yo, they gave me another number," and he's like, "Just call my number, right?" And then he gave me his number, and then I had to. And then I called them, and then they were like, hello. And I'm like, hi. And then they're like, you want an appointment? And I'm like, yes. And then they're like, give me all your information. I'm like, yes. It also made me realize that whole call that I did not know the address of the house that I live in right now. I remember my old address. I don't remember this address. I've never had to... I don't deliver stuff here. I don't order things. I never have to remember the address to my place. Like, it's not like I'm sharing it to the world. And it's not like it's something that I like need readily available. At least with the type of life that I'm living right now, right? I have to pull it out in order to remember it. And the thing is, the lady asked me what my address was, and I was like, I looked at my dad who's sitting next to me, and I'm like, what is it? And he's like, this one. And I'm like, I don't know what it is. And then we start like shuffling around like our mail, and I'm like, oh, here it is. And I say it out loud. She also asked for my SSN. Scary. Is like, do other countries have like a version of an SSN? Like something that can easily be stolen in order to get like all your information. Is that something that's readily available? Readily available. You know what I mean? Oh no, my number. Oh no, my identity. Oh no, all my assets. What assets? Yeah, your social security number is one of those things in America where it's just like, hey, someone else knows it and they're taking advantage of it. Good luck. Fucking, that's a whole That's a whole thing and a half. Don't die. I hope your life doesn't get ruined by this. But yeah, that was annoying and nerve-wracking and just like, ugh. But I was cool. It was cool. It was okay. That was a majority of what I did yesterday. But other than that, I also ate broccoli. The broccoli was a big part of my day yesterday too. That morning, I was in the kitchen and I was like scrolling on like YouTube, and then I just got this video about like this lady who made broccoli, and I was like, I want broccoli. And I told my dad, I'm like, I want broccoli, and he's like, okay. And then he got me broccoli, and I'm like, cool. And then I cooked it. And when I say I cooked it, I like parboiled it and then just like seasoned it, and then I ate that straight. I don't know. Broccoli is... I feel like broccoli has like a bad rep, no? Do people not like broccoli? I don't know enough about people and their opinions on vegetables to like have a clear-cut definition on like the public view of broccoli, but I think broccoli is good. It's like a top vegetable. And I think it's because it's broccoli is yeah, I think so too. Because the thing is about broccoli, it depends on, well, it does depend on how you cook it, right? Because you always have to cook broccoli to an extent, right? There's always a level of cooking that you need to bring it to. I don't know if you could eat broccoli raw. You probably can. But here's the thing, even if you do eat it raw, I imagine it's not that terrible compared to like other vegetables, right? You know what's a vegetable that's like I've always liked, but apparently like you know how there are like different types of like specific vegetables? You know, yeah, there's a vegetable that I've always liked because I've always just eaten this version, but I've had like another version like when I was a lot older, and it made me realize why some people hate it. Fucking cucumbers, man. Yo, some cucumbers are ass. Like I didn't know cucumbers could be so bitter. You know what I mean? Like, so like the cucumbers that I eat, right? They're like the small like Persian cucumbers, right? You know, tiny. You cut them into discs, you eat them with something, right? Usually a meat or something oily, and it's like good. It doesn't taste like much, it's just like water, usually, mostly. And it's all good. I had one of the bigger, like I think they're English cucumbers, right? And they fucking suck. They're bitter. They're so bitter. It is amazing to me how bad they are. And I was just like, ugh. What is this? What is this? They weren't the same. Like they had the same, they were both cucumbers. Fundamentally, they're both like crunchy little green sticks, right? Well, size is difference between them, right? But like that's what they are. Both. But one of them is like water, is like crunchy water that makes you feel healthy, and the other one is crunchy water that got filled with like whatever they put on like Switch cartridges, you know what I mean? They're bad. It's amazing. You need to get the right cucumbers, and it's just like the small cucumbers. I don't know when you would ever use like, are they English cucumbers? Let me just make sure. I'm not just like discriminating against European cucumbers. Because there is a cucumber that's very like... What is a bitter cucumber? But yeah, I like cucumbers. I like most vegetables, I think. Yeah, but broccoli. All the broccoli I've had, I don't even know if there's different types of broccoli. They've never been bitter. They do have, there's like the slightest bit of like an astringent taste, but like other than that, it's just like, if you're cooking the broccoli, it'll get cooked out, that flavor. Especially if you're like, you should blanch it, your broccoli. But even eating it raw is just like, it's fine. This is all good. And then it just becomes like, the tree part of the broccoli becomes like a flavor sponge for like whatever you put on it. Usually it's butter if you're being unhealthy, or anything else, right? And it's good. It's just like, I'm happy eating this, and I don't feel like shit afterwards because it's a vegetable. The thing is, with most vegetables, right? I don't go out of my way to eat most vegetables, mainly because my family doesn't have like vegetables like readily available, like as in our fridge. You know what I mean? I think like if we had like a salad, like a bag of salad in our fridge, and a dressing that I liked, I would probably eat salad a lot. I probably eat a lot of salad. And my diet would probably be a lot better. That was one of the things that my doctor told me. I haven't talked about it until now. But my doctor told me my diet wasn't great, and I'm like, what? Are you telling me only eating 3 hash browns in the morning, and then the only time you eat again is like at night, and it's like something random that's in the microwave? Are you telling me that's not healthy? No. unless someone is keeping like a full like vegetable fruit protein smoothie in your microwave every night, then no, it's not healthy. And I'm like, damn. He told me to watch it, and I'm like, fine. Actually, I'll run that. But yeah, that's what I ate yesterday. And then I passed out or something. I don't even know what I did yesterday. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I've been trying to get back into the swing of like working on things, just cuz the weekend of Gunfire Reborn still has like its claws in me. Even though I can't play the game anymore. It's just like the residual feeling of I want to play a game is still there. Like instinct wise. And I've just been like, I like work on something for like 30 minutes and I'm just like, I'm tired. And I turn it off, and then I lay in bed and I fall asleep. Or I go back to my desk, turn on my computer, and start working on it again. Depends on if I can go to sleep or not. I'm like in a perpetual cycle. But yeah. I want to... God. I didn't realize how much I liked Gunfire Reborn until it was gone. Like, today. Like, I woke up this morning, right? And I was like... What do I do, right? Like, I could finish this video that I'm working on right now, or what, you know? Because like that's like the very like clear thing for me to do right now. Or you could just like waste time. You just fuck around. You got 8 hours, right? You got 8 hours before the stream. Was just chill. You just chill out a bit. And I was playing this game called Abyssus. It's another like roguelike shooter that like the boys bought recently. Like before we played Gunfire, but I played it a bit before, and then I played it again just because I needed my roguelike fix. But it wasn't even like the fact that the game was like that different. It was a different game, right? It wasn't. I didn't feel like satisfied by it because it was a different game, not because of that. It was just because the game ran so bad on my computer. Jesus Christ. And at first I thought it was a temperature thing, but then I checked the temperature and it was like 70 and it was running fine. 70 is a very normal temperature. 70 Celsius. And I'm like, what's happening? What is this? I went back on, I tried it again. I'm just like, nah. It's just not hitting the same. And then I've been in like, you know, the like looking at free games kind of limbo. Yeah, I played Abyssus, and then I played Grand Blue. And I'm like, let's see if I can remember everything. But I did remember everything. It's just that it was 5 o'clock in the morning and everyone in America is asleep. You know, like no one's playing at 5 in the morning. I went into the lobby and there were like 6 people in there and they were all like S, and I'm down here in D. And I'm like, I'm like, okay, I can't play that. Actually, I did play the arcade mode. I played the arcade mode and I'm like, I remember everything. And then there's a secret boss in... There's like a secret boss at the end of the arcade. Fuck that boss, because I don't know if you know this. She's a fighting game boss that has a fuck ton of health. She auto regens her meter, which lets her do specials all the time. And she heals passively throughout the entire fight. You're always playing at the worst times. I should just like move to Asia or something, man. I should just become Asian. As if I'm not already Asian. I'm just in America. How annoying. Really? And I was just like, ugh, man. And then I laid down. You won't even have any jet lag. Yeah, my sleeping schedule will be perfectly aligned with Asia's time. And you know what? It'll all be good, and I can fit in with my people. Actually, I don't know. I'm pretty disconnected with my ethnic origins, so it's like not a part of me at all. You're living in Asia. Am I? I mean, like, actually living probably, but like, I still gotta stream at like what time is it for you guys right now? Like, it's like 1, 2 in the morning. Yeah, you guys are 12 hours ahead of me, I think. 12? You kidding me? Actually, would that be that bad? Depends. I don't get people who like stream at like nighttime, even though that's like the normal thing. I'm kind of glad I picked up on the kind of early streams, the early time stream, just because I don't know. I think I have the stigma against like Americans, unfortunately. And like the West, like I generally have like a very unfortunate like streaming time for the people over where I live. No one's watching my stream during their lunch, you know, or like if you're in the West Coast, like 9 in the morning, right? No one's doing that. But a part of me is kind of happy about that. I don't know. I feel like America is the place that has like, at least with the people here, they have like the feeling of privilege. You know what I mean? I feel like they would have the people that the most people that wouldn't know like streaming etiquette. Like live chat etiquette. And to be fair, I ran into a fuck ton of people that don't have that. Don't get me wrong. I've been doing this for 2 years. Yeah. I've had my fair share of like people who don't follow just not even mine, but like what being cool in a live streamer's chat, right? They don't follow that. But like I feel like most of them were American. And if they weren't, they're doing their country a disservice. Sorry. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on past chatters. No, I don't want to watch the latest OT Oni video. There's like something I want to talk about when it comes to Oni, but it's so like it's scary because I think it's really funny, right? For the people who are aware of it. But it is pure dox. It is pure dox. For everybody. Jeez, and I just like it's super dangerous territory. So you know what? What else do we talk about? Why do I use this app? I feel like, okay. Let's talk about Twitter. Let's talk about Twitter. I've talked a lot about how much this platform I hate. But I don't know why I keep coming back to it. It also people and it actually isn't as bad as people think. It better be. She better be. Gosh. Cause I've only been hearing bad about her. And she's like, hold up, let me see. It's still possible for one cycle? Mm-hmm. One cycle? Oh, that was story spoilers. That was story spoilers, and I'm still stuck at Tribby. Oh. You get 2 per Chrysos Air on team. So you have to run her full Chrysos Air. You have to have the perfect team for her to be, like, what, for her to be worth it? What's her team? Finon? Finon Cedria, whoever, Hyacinth? But that's only 6. You would just need a full Chrysos Air team. Oh, you could do that with casters too. Like she has oh. Oh. What, Cass? Dawn? Evernight. Cass, Evernight, Cyrene, Hyacinth? Dawn? Who is that? Seimandu Dahang? Yeah, Yeah, Danhang. Is that what I said? Yo, Dawn. To be fair, I still don't know anything about what she does. Yo, it's Dawn Hang. Yo, Donnie. When'd you get taller, dude? Sorry, that's what happened on Twitter that made me upset. Huh. But it's also pretty controversial. Okay. Yeah, I saw a tweet recently. Well, this isn't the thing about Twitter that I wanted to talk about earlier, but I saw this tweet recently from the V Singer, the V Singer space that not made me upset, but made me think about kind of the values that some people have when it comes to collabing specifically, collabing as in doing music together. And it was what was it if I invite you to say a collab, would you be willing to split the price on calming? And the obvious answer should be yes, right? It should be yeah, obviously, right? But also as someone who doesn't have the budget for that, I was well, I wouldn't be able to. I would love to, but I'm not able to, right? I didn't voice this, right? But then then the person who made that tweet made another tweet and was if you said no, we're never working with each other ever. And I'm oh, okay. It just made me feel a bit sad. Upset isn't the right word, but it just made me a bit sad. I'm just okay. There goes that bridge. Or not bridge. There was never a bridge in the first place, but the prospect of it, you know. I wish I had if I had, man. It all comes back to money with me, huh? I would do so many cool things. But I think it's that matter of making things exist first, right? Sorry, I don't know if this is like a Debbie Downer talk, but it's just so like eventually, eventually. It's so biased. Both banner phase. Damn. Well, like maybe they'll give. She's out. Our main girl is out. The girl that we've been teasing for the past year is out. You know, like when you set up for that. Also, give the Honkite Impact third people enough time to be like convinced to jump the hoop. You know. Maybe I should play this. Is that what I think it is? Damn. She's running with Hyacinth? That's funny. Are you kidding me? Oh, I wanted to roll for Hyacinth next time she rolled around, but I guess not. Whoop-de-doo. Pray. God damn, really? That first phase is rough. You put Hyacinth, Chibi, and Casters all in the same banner. Under that reroll banner. That's crazy. Or the multi-banner, I mean. And the Mighty Fine on Cyphers. Damn. Do I even have the gems for that? Do I have the gems for that? I don't think I do. Eh. I'll feel the dread when I get to it. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's these characters can make a team. These characters can make a team. One, like, as well as like the supports being like good one-offs, and then everyone else. And then they didn't even think about putting Water Lady. What's her name? And Ceridra. The progenitor. Water Lady. Violin. What is her name? Her. Yuri. Hycelins, that's her name. I mean, it's like the general from Sangonomiya. What are you doing here? That's right, we're going to Celestia. That's the next world we're going to. Sakura Yai? Who's that? Japan? Where? we gotta go to Japan in Celestia. Yeah, Cypher is kind of Cypher's still like the big like I don't. Was it worth it to pull you kind of character for me? Because I'll be frank, I'm still using Topaz. I'm still using Topaz. I like it actually just completely like slipped my mind that I rolled for Cypher until just now. Topaz with my Fei Xiao team. That's the only team that I realistically use Cypher in. I can. It's actually really tempting. I saw that. Topaz is going on the shop. God, how tempting. I'm glad I waited. It's not like I wanted Locha anyways. But then they're gonna die. Then they're gonna die. Aventurine just chilling. Bust. It's Topaz though. Izu tried to convince. Well, I don't know if Izu tried to convince, but like Izu was pretty hype about Ranmei being there, and he was trying to hype it up, and I'm just like, I don't know. Someone else can get on there at some point, and it will be good. And it's like, yeah, Topaz right there, cool. And I'm like, hell yeah, Topaz. I don't know, maybe because they still haven't. Because the thing is, they're not rotating out Ranmei or Locha, right? They're just gonna be there. It's Topaz, Numbi. You telling me you pick waifu over Numbi, huh? I think our values are a bit mixed here. Not only waifu, just meta. meta waifu. Nah, Numbi overtakes all. Numbi is always higher value. Well, me like pig. Me like rolling pig. It sucks because like I was streaming when I played HSR and when Topaz first came out. Yeah, and I like saved for like 4 updates for her. Welcome to early game. You know, it's just play enough to catch up. And that's the thing. Like if you're able, play until you catch up, and that's only if you're able to catch up, and then start metaing. You start farming, and that's what takes forever. I stopped because I couldn't bear the grind back up to where I was. And I can't even do that on my main account right now. When I was on my Europe server account. Well, it's too bad. Welcome to HSR. Welcome to any gacha game. Let's be real. Welcome to any gacha game. This will go for any gacha game just in general. The barrier of entry will always go up the longer a game exists. Like, have you ever heard of a new player to Fate Grand Order in the last year? Have you seen any new player talk about, I'm gonna get into FGO? Like, not even in the past year, the past 5 years. Right? No. Those people do not exist. Same goes for Grand Blue. There's no new Grand Blue players that's playing the gacha game. Sure, there's gonna be the fighting game is there, you know. The Rising, what is the other one called? The Monster Hunter game, right? That was there. But the gacha, fucking, you know how much shit there is in a gacha to do now? And you know how much, like, metaing there is? And, like, new FGO. Yeah. No one's doing that. No one's jumping into FGO new anytime soon. One, because there's not a lot of hype around the game. And two, like, it's a hike. And the same thing is going for all the Hoyoverse games. It was like that for Third. It was like that for Impact Third. Right? And it's just like... There's no new players in Third. There's no new players in Impact. Well, it's getting to that point. It should be. It should be getting to that point. HSR is getting to that point. The most accessible game that Hoyoverse will have is ZZZ. And ZZZ is about to have a resurgence because I'm pretty sure AOD is about to come out soon. And I'm like, fucking finally. Jesus Christ, I've been waiting 2 years for them. I could finally quit. Damn, really? For a skin, $300? That's League of Legends pricing. It's like League of Legends when they released that Faker skin. Faker handmade the skin, and you could get his signature on your card that appears on a loading screen for like 5 minutes before you load into a game. Isn't that great? Don't you want that? So special. It'll still be the same terrible experience, but this time you'll be a simp. Everyone will know in the game that you're a simp. And when you feed 0 and 20, they'll be like, damn, this guy was ass. And it's even more ass because this guy spent $500 on this game. Yeah, even the 5 minutes is coping. You know, it's clout. It's clout, and it's like, you know, I've heard this quote where it's like, in a world where like money isn't like, it doesn't exist, or not exist, but like in a community where like financial gain is impossible, right? Like the best thing that you can try to get is like clout. And that's what it's like for like serious, quote unquote serious, like League players, you know. They play League, they grind until they're platinum 24/7, but they're not able to improve and peak and get better than that. So they can't make any money. They do mediocre streams where they talk once every 2 hours. and the rest of their stream is them complaining and them blaming their teammates instead of taking the fault themselves. And then and they have to try to cope with it somehow. So they spend $500 on a skin, you know? Not talking from personal experience. You just the imaginary League of Legends streamer in my mind. This is why I can't imagine like competitive gaming streaming. Or I can't imagine like doing it. You know what I mean? Like even when I played Shunova, it was so hard for me to like make sure that I was funny all the time. You know? It was so hard to be funny playing games like that, just because it's like it's a game. Are people gonna be here for the gameplay, right? They're gonna be here for me. That's why I've always noticed about like VTuber streams in particular. Half of the people that watch VTuber streams and are like active in chat have, especially during like competitive games, have no idea what the game is about or how the game is played. I was watching a Valorant stream today just because it was on my feed and I'm like, oh, what's it doing? And it was a corporate VTuber. He was just playing by himself. And like his whole chat was just like, nice try, nice try. Gambare, you know? And I'm like, I want this chat. What a cool chat. But at the same time, I'm like, it's interesting how there's like no input. Maybe it's just because of kind of my experience and what I expect with streams like that. If I were to do like another Valorant stream, God forbid, like it'd be like a regular or two coming in, and then there'd be like one new guy who's just like fucking like, hey, you should check mid. Hey, you should peek mid with op. And I'm like, sure. And then I don't have the heart to say, don't fucking say that, you clod. Read my rules. Just keep Valorant stream non-existent. It's a fun with friends game. You know what I mean? It's a fun with friends game. Depending on who your friends are. Jesus. Yeah, it's a fun with friends game, but I don't play it like there's nothing fun about Valorant that I can like even remember other than my times that I played with like other people. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a desire to get better at Valorant because how much I like the game. I just play it. I played it. And then I was okay. And then I went next and I'm like, okay, you know? And will I ever play a game like that? Like ever? Kind of competitive? Maybe. I don't know. Will Shunova come back? I don't even know. I always look back at Shunova and being like, I'll give you another chance at some point, but it's just so like I just don't know how to feel about it, you know? Like how many people are playing Shunova right now? I look at the Twitch statistics right now. How many people are playing Shunova? Oh wow. How many people is this? 5 by 5? 26 streamers with 242 viewers. Wait, that's a lot more than I thought it was actually. But like the category itself is not that big. It's just like a bunch of 20s. 20 viewers. Actually, 20 viewers is a lot. I shouldn't be saying like they're small. I'm here with like 2. Yeah, these are actually this person has 50 viewers. That's very impressive. How do you do that? I think people I think it made me think actually. It's making me think right now like people watch these streams not for the game but for the people. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's what I was kind of touching on earlier like that Valorant streamer that I was watching. He's like it's just like a bunch of people who like don't know what's happening other than when when the UI goes away and the body falls on the floor, he's dead, right? And he's like, "Oh, NT," or like if he makes a good shot, right? Nice try or nice, I want that. Watch my stream for me. Don't watch the stream for anything else. There you go. Just keep. Let's see. I don't bite. The thing is, I'd be lying if I said I didn't like games like this. You know what I mean? If I didn't like the idea of it, if I didn't. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to try and be like really good and the best at like a game. Like an online competitive game. I'd be lying if I said that. But I don't know, it's just Stranova feels like it'd be that game. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll think on it. It also doesn't help that I've like just been like moonlighting different different games recently. Like I tried Farlight recently. I tried Farlight. I tried Farlight 84. It was okay. I didn't feel anything for it. It's like Fortnite Valorant. Not Valorant. Fortnite Apex. Which are both battle royales, but it takes the cartooniness of Fortnite and the vibe of Apex. Did I just say the vibe for both? The art from Fortnite and the rest of Valorant. Sorry, there's something in my throat because I don't know. I can't talk properly right now. It's just fucking like Fortnite, Valorant, Fortnite, Apex. Why is Valorant popping up? The art, no, the art of Fortnite and the rest of Apex. That's the problem. I don't know why. It just kept coming out wrong. When I talk about this, I'm gonna set up the game. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Hase charm is chill story games where I get to sit down and experience a video game for the first time. That should be the appeal, and people are sitting down with me here enjoying the same thing, and then I'll crack some quippy jokes. Maybe chat will crack some quippy jokes, and we'll just talk about things while we play a video game that we like, or a video game that we experience with a story, right? If I ever went into like I don't want to call it slop, but like kind of like a repetitive game, like how people like queue for League or Apex or Valorant, right? If I ever did something like that, it wouldn't even be like a competitive game. It would probably be roguelikes, if I'm being honest. I think that's what the vibe is. I would go so deep into like a roguelike. And maybe that's just the me that wants to play Gunfire Reborn again. But that's probably what I would pivot into if I had to. If I had to pivot into anything, which I don't even think I am. After Terraria, probably. I would love to do that, actually. Just start up like a new roguelike and just like try to get really into it. And just kind of fuck around. Yeah. Like Gunfire Reborn. I wish I like kept Gunfire Reborn for on stream, if I'm being honest. But because it's not free, but it was only free for that limited amount of time. It was up a Brotato. I've heard of Brotato, and I've like watched some of it. I just never like got. I was just like never like into it. I think it's like an art style thing, personally. But I just never got like. I never looked into it. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. But I know like people like it, and I think it's popular for a reason. I don't know if people are willing to fork over money. I don't know what I don't even know, because there are roguelike content creators out there. I'm just like, whoa, what do I own right now that's a roguelike that I haven't tried yet? Actually, that's good. That's a good question. That's a good question, me. Roguelike. I just play the fucking HoloLive. I play HoloCure. Oh shit! I've never played this game before. I've played so much HoloCure. So much. Oh, and then yeah, you know what? That's pretty good. I do like that idea just because they're VTubers. I could talk about VTubers, and I could talk about my opinions on them. You know what other stream that I would love to just like experiment with? Recently, how many hours do I have in HoloCure? 30 hours. Whoo. Rotate into HoloCure. Maybe. Recently, though, another stream that I kind of want, type of stream that I kind of want to experiment with is like me listening to music, kind of close to reaction content, but not reaction content, because I am a smart boy, right? Because actually recently, Vispo, which is like a VTuber group in Japan. If you don't know Vispo, you're not into VTubers. I'm gonna be straight up. Everyone knows Vispo. If you don't, you're being ostracized by yourself. Getting into reaction, but I don't want to get into reaction content. It's like the most like slop. You know what I mean? Well, it is slop, but I want. But it turns into not slop as soon as the person who's watching it has actual input on like the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not Jinx. Do people know who Jinx is now? I'm not Jinx. I'm not just gonna watch a video. I'm not gonna have a video on like the side of my screen, and then it's just gonna be my face looking at it right the whole time. I'm gonna be like, wow, this is really good. I really like the way to blah 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 blah, and then I might have a story about something like that. That's also something that I want to experiment with. Because Vispo, they released like, they did this really cool thing where each of their members had like a solo song written for them, each of them, all like 20 something of them. they all had an original song, solo song for each of them, and they all sang it, and it all got put into a single album, right? As well as like a group song for the whole agency. And like yesterday or like a couple of days ago, they released those songs full like full-length music videos for all the songs, and I was like, yo, I would love to like listen to all of them and just like give my opinion. You know what I mean? And then probably get like ostracized or like flamed, you know? But I like that. That sounds like such a good idea to me. But I'm also just kind of nervous because I don't want to get flamed. Transition. There you go. Vispo made a collab with Vanguard? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. Mimitaya. Who? No, Luna, Emma, and Benny, right? They all had cards. I'm pretty sure. God, card fight Vanguard. Have I told you about how I like? Was it card fight Vanguard? It was, right? I had like a card fight Vanguard phase. For the longest time. Yeah, it is. I really tried to get into it, but then like I kept, and then they released the game on Steam, but then the game on Steam was like $70, and then like the rest of the packs was DLC for like $20 each, and then it was just like a whole cash grab, right? And I was just like, this is annoying. And then I sailed the high seas just to play their game, and then I was like, maybe just card games just aren't for me, and then I stopped. I think Vanguard was the game where I was like, I'm really into this game, but I just can't like... It's just too thinky for me, you know? I feel like TCGs, right? They, or well, not TCGs, but like me, right? I'm very, like a instinct. I'm very like a instincts first person, right? That's not what a TCG is. You gotta wait for your turn. You draw a card. You're like, I don't know what to do. What do I do? Oh, you know what? I'm like an act fast person. That's why I like high APM games. Even though people will talk shit at like my demographic because like, oh, you click so many buttons to do this one thing. Well, I could click 3 buttons to do the exact same thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, what drew me to Vanguard was the fact that there was a main, the latest overdressed, not undressed. Do not undress. Undress. You must now take off your clothes. Imagine if that was the gimmick. Instant every time. No, the latest version of Vanguard is called Overdress. And in Overdress, wait, no, it was like this in the first couple versions of the game too. There's a main dude, right? You have a main dude in your deck. Strip to increase power. Yeah, in order to before I take your last life, you have, if you want to stay in the, you gotta strip. If you want to stay, you gotta. Sorry, YouTube. You must strip. God. Just turn Vanguard into the most like arrow like degeneracy. People probably do that too. Like strip Vanguard. Yeah. People have done that 100%. People have done that at like, I don't know, like, cause like strip poker is a thing, right? But I don't want to admit. But not to like, I don't know if it's like this in the West, but that seems like such an Eastern thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to like throw bad, right? But like, do we in the West do stuff like that? Like whenever I imagine like strip poker or something like that, it's always like in like East Asia or like Southeast Asia. You know what that is? That's like stereotyping. That's bad. I don't. You know, I'm not. Stop. Everyone does it everywhere. Wow. What a bad way to pivot that. That's true. You know what? You're so right. Turn the stereotyping back on. That's true. We wear nothing over here. Strip poker only has its value in cultures and societies that are naturally reserved. Nice save. Nice save. You can put that moment under like, because I've said a bunch of things like in that, not like in terms of like category. What is that? Like profiling. That's the word. Like not specifically profiling, but like things that Hase can be canceled for. You know, just put that moment under that. Like out of context. I mean, I've been here for 2 years, man. Like there are probably moments like that scattered, you know? But yeah, TCGs were just like not. I just realized that TCGs were, I like felt dumb playing them, and like it mainly made me felt dumb because I couldn't like, because it was a lot of the time during games like that, they were or during TCGs, it was just like me waiting for me to die. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. A turn, go next, and then I die. And then I get another turn, or if I do live, then I get another turn where I'm just like, I don't know what to do. You know? They like ash blossomed my mollusk. You know? And it's like, what do I do? Oh, okay, but Ash Blossom? It's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Yeah, we're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh now. Yeah, when I played Yu-Gi-Oh, my boy had me play fucking fossils. What were they called? And it was just like a bunch of like spell trap cards, and I was like, cool. And they like turned into other cards, and I'm like, cool. I don't like when people. Do you always take the Max C challenge? The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh that compared to like other TCGs that I've like played, right, is like there really isn't no like, I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh feels like the slowest TCG. As in like there's no like rush down deck. If the thing is in most TCGs that I would play usually, I would usually play like a gimmick deck. I would play like the fucking weird shit. I played Artifact Portalcraft in Shadowverse. And not only did I play Artifact Portalcraft, I played build Artifact B or Beta. I built Beta Artifact, even though I liked Robot. And instead of hitting the kill, I just like what was it? Like I ended turn into my betas shooting direct life for 9 each, or for 9 each turn, yeah. And I just hoped that they didn't have any way to break my betas. You start Max C challenges. Are you gonna take it? I'm gonna draw a few cards if you do. Those are always my favorite. I like hearing about that just because it's like a game of chicken, you know. It's just like, are you gonna do it? You're gonna do it? Are you gonna be a big bitch, huh? Imagine if there are voice comms in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, where's Boy when you need him? We're talking about Sword Soul now. Boy plays fucking what's that deck called? Negates. Branded. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Belial. Yeah, he plays Branded, and I'm like, cool. And there's like lore, and it's like girl, dude, boy, girl, go bad, something like that. He plays a complicated deck. Yeah, but like, that's the thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like it's like playing a game. It's like playing a fighting game with like 100 different characters. Because like you'll run into like there's like meta decks. There are meta decks that everyone will play, and then you'll run into some like weird shit that you're just like, I don't know what to do against this, and then they'll like run over you. Branded, like Ash Branded. Is that what it's called? The dude, Ecclesia? Is that one of them? Like Branded Fusion? That is definitely one of those cards. Mm-hmm. He's a Branded player. And back when he played Yu-Gi-Oh regularly, that was his deck. He plays Shadowverse now though. And he plays every deck in Shadowverse. Ice Jade. Yeah. That's end. That's end right there, getting a Ice Jade Dragon. What is it called? Some Jade Dragon. The blue card with the blue dragon. I don't know, maybe you ran into Boy at some point. Hi, Herlock, Sholmes. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's talking trading card games over here. Yeah, but TCGs, I just figured that they're not my thing. Highest I got was like Diamond. Yeah, Boy always went for whatever the purple tier was. Whatever was the top tier. And then he stopped. And instantly lost. Yeah, that's when all the tryhards come out. That's when all like because like there are a bunch of like sweats. From what I've heard. There are a bunch of sweats in Yu-Gi-Oh! Who like 24/7 grind. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Gosh. I have to play the game. Yeah, I got to the... Oh, is that the purple rank? The one with the bear? Hold up. I want to check now. The bear is diamond. Ah. Wolf is plat. Ah. Ah. Okay. I see. Oh, my controller. Sorry, Sholmes. Just give me one more second. I'll get started with you in a second. Yeah, I've only ever seen him go to the bear tier, the purple bear tier. And like high bear, but I've never seen him go above that. I think. Anyways, we have to pivot. we 100% have to pivot from this. Last time on Ace Attorney, we investigated. I remember when Master Duper. Yeah. And it like, well, it still isn't big. Like, it still isn't blowing up. But, you know, like, it's still the best version of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can play today. Yeah. But yeah, Ace Attorney. I don't even remember what we did last time in Ace Attorney. I don't even know what Saikuno clip you're talking about. Do I know? Yeah, I don't know. We investigated. This dude is bad. He's missing an eye. Yes. And now we need to show him something. We need to show him something. In something. I need to show him something. Are you sure we've asked everything we need to? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Do you want this? Mr. Sholmes? Would you cast your eyes over this? Would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? All I remember is that one clip. Wait, but Yu-Gi-Oh turns are like 300 seconds before you automatically forfeit. So is it Saikuno playing really long, or is it Blau taking a really short shower? That dude needs to clean himself better. Hey, this is gross. You do everything? If you're in animation, the time is for... Oh! That's so funny. How many animations do you have to go through in order to compensate that? Maybe he isn't as dirty as I thought. But clean yourself. Yeah, it was probably one of those like... It was like those quick showers. It wasn't a deep shower, right? People have those like... There's the quick showers, and then every week they have like the full body clean shower. Which is scary to me. That should be every shower. Ah! Sorry, I'm trying to... Ha! Jesus. And all those cards had animations on them. I mean, he's just a rage baiter. He just does it. He... Sorry, Jesus. I spaced out. I mean, yeah, that's just how he is. He's always been like that, very like troll. Saikuno. I miss the old Saikuno though. This is good. This is Saikuno here. He took those videos down. I'm such an oldie when it comes to those, because I don't watch now Saikuno. I was like happy when he came back. I was happy when he came back, and then he pivoted to Among Us, and I'm like, okay, not for me. I miss Markiplier. Markiplier still makes stuff. He's just making movies now. I think that's his dream, making movies, and you know what? Go for it. Like, yeah, no more YouTube, but he still does YouTube like videos, right? And also he does like podcasts with his friends. He does 2 podcasts. He does Indistractable and the sports one. Because apparently he likes sports. But also that's like a fact of like, do you miss old content creators or do you miss the way that they feel? You know what I mean? Or yeah, or do you miss the way that they made you feel? You know what I mean? Like, that's, well, to be fair, he fucking knew, huh? He had more in than most other people. Hi, Ambrosia's playing Strenova. Sorry to put you on blast, Ambrosia. Fucking like because we're like here stalling, right? And I'm like thinking about what to say next, and it's just like, and Bruce is playing Strenova, and I'm like, oh, sick. And I just couldn't help but just like blurt it out. Ambrosia's not even here. Just because the game is at the time. But I think in the end, it's all just down to like yeah, it's just down to us being older, no? Yeah. Looking for that childlike like charm and feeling, which, to be fair, will it ever come back? I don't know. I haven't felt it again. But to be fair, there are other feelings that overwrite that in my mind. And when's the next time I'll feel that feeling again? I don't know. Maybe if Ambrosia just pops by and I'll just ask and I'll be like, how's Shrinova? You wanna play some Shrinova? How about we hop on some Phoenix, right? Who's that? Get on Shrinova. No. Shrinova will stay. We'll stay in the back rooms for a little bit. Game. We've gone over 40 minutes. I'm sorry, Susato. And Sholmes and Ryunosuke. They're all just like standing in the room. Like, God, I don't know what I'm supposed to show them. Hold on, I'm gonna tie up my hair before we go. So we do evidence for the past 20 minutes. There was just he was the first one who like didn't bat his eye at it, you know what I mean? Or he was the first one to notice, yeah? He was like, where are they getting this money? There's like a logical fallacy here. There's no way Honey is able to save us all this money and be like this goody two-shoes corporation. Without doing something bad. They're doing this all for free? Like, that's not real. And they were right. He was right, right? Same with Jacksepticeye and Mr. Beast, no? Well, to be fair, Jacksepticeye had a bigger... Jacksepticeye had a bigger, like, Bigger's not the right word. Had a... What is it, like a less clear snipe? You know what I mean? Like, when Markiplier made his video about Honey, or like when he said his whole shtick, it was like, oh, well, duh, yeah, the points that he raised are so right. But when Jack had a whole thing with Mr. Beast, right, it was like, what? You know, we don't really know what's happening in Mr. Beast's production or what he's doing. He just said he didn't like him, and there was no, like, real point like against him. And then all the Mr. Beast stuff happened, you know, and it's just like, you know. Now he's like the devil. And he embraces it too. He was like, they found out, and now he like wears that red he has his little red trident with his devil horns everywhere he goes now. And Jack was right all along. And there's probably another thing that happened similar to that. I just can't remember it. It's one of Mr. Enoch. It's a Mr. Enoch Trevor. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Wow. So, looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. He's our landlord. I owe him rent. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit in which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yeah, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we can postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you only need look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Oh, wow, yeah. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. Back to posing. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Is he just... He's gone back to his wax work. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes is renowned for being a master of disguise, you know? Does pretending to be a waxwork count as a disguise? Ugh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Naruto. Gross. Sorry. I had those new grand spanking, freshly invented sparkling waters they had over here. Have you tried them, Sasato? They don't have it over in Japan. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. No detectives is diddling anyone! Is this what makes Grit great? I can't believe I just said that. It was the instant, like, I said it, and then he just was just like, no, but then I had already clicked the button, and I was just like, I can't correct it now. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Grexin comes off as rather well in that list, I think. He just likes his chips, man. Leave him alone. 23rd of October. Madame Two Spells special exhibit. Whoa. Where's his head? Oh, dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn our heels and go straight home via a very big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Yeah? We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said that the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigating, shall we? Yes, we'll get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? It is quite a dastardly sight, you know? Also, the music's really intense. Diddling! Who is diddling anyone? Also, is this a live flame in here? Yeah, so there's no head. The head's missing. There's a diddling detective. I forget who was the diddling detective the last time we talked about the diddler. but I'm pretty sure Sholmes is the diddler, which in the 1930s is forgivable apparently. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man with a white overcoat. He has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more in detail. This is scaring me. I'm actually like, whenever they put us in this perspective, it just like freaks me out a bit. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mrs. Sato. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we shall concentrate on what the man is doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? So, this is a real question. Not the spade. They do it every time. Every time. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese kochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, kochin. The point is that it casts a very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm sure I could visit a graveyard at all. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Wow, really? I thought cameras were a thing at this time period. Oh, I guess Japan doesn't have them, though. A camera, but it's so small. What you do? British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Anyway, why would the man be in the graveyard at the time with the graveyard with the camera? I wonder. Why would they be here with the graveyard? Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment the dead body came back on as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh, cool. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we will see what picture was taken. What photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover on the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Sasato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Is there anything else to look at? Can we look at his face? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think I should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh, bollocks. Look at him. He looks very British. Whoa, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Oh, it's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Wait, so he's a fake man? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. It's me! Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't solved yet, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the display in the House of Horrors is supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Otto. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibit are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? That's true. Oh shit, she's right. I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Wait, first I want to look at everything else. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Two Spell said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. It has a number on it. Wait, let's examine it more in detail. But I can't even rotate it. I can only look at its head. Nothing particular of note, other than the number on the plate. So this is the condemned man. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Why'd you sound like me just now? Then, his head was chopped off by a guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Otto? Why'd you... Now I'm scared of a ghost. Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been more, or could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looks like, do we? Oh. There's something caught on the inside of the convict's jacket here. Jacket. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And it's quite big, too. It looks very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than any normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a piece of thick glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area. Such as a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. I'm glad they're clearing this up. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you think, doesn't it? AKA, I don't have an answer. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Yeah, why would it be? Also, his hand looks AI, right? There's like something in it, no? Or is that like his fingers? I actually don't. There's like, okay, so there's like his thumb, his index finger, right there in front, and then there's the middle finger, and then there's what? I think they're trying to make it so it's like the two back fingers, but they look so like disconnected. It looks like a lump. I want to look at that. I want to look at Miss Two Spell's really bad waxwork. Wow, she really fucked this up. What did you say about my work? I don't know how to do that voice, but female. Hi, Sholmes. Let's talk. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Whoa. Uh-oh. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh gosh. An enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was the case of the unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean to say that the professor's identity... As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Really? Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in the grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held at. However, that was not the end of the affair. What? Well, what? Enoch wanted to resurrect him? The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. And the exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness of those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Trevor. He saw it happen? Wow, this is all like coming to a head. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Trevor. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so... 20 years old? Him? He looks 30. You look 30. Are you not 30? How old are you? You guys look the same age. Are you gonna tell me? Well, the picture that we have of him now is like older. Yeah, you guys are almost the same age. This guy is aged terribly. He looks cool, but he looks his age. You know what I mean? Look, she looks 19. She's 26. She looks 50. She's 39. Really? It's so horrifying. Yeah, how badly he aged, right? Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. The following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page of the Capitol. The public was frantic for every detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you'd seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Two-Spell's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? He was a necrophiliac. Huh. I've always known this about him. He confessed it to the police as soon as he ran up to the police station. Oh, sure, fuck the body. The professor's act of terror threw London upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the highest levels of society. Also, I'm gonna turn up my AC real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I turned it on earlier just so I could feel cold, but now it's too cold. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a murder weapon. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did the people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found buried exactly where it had been found following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspaper. Or, I mean, how would they have known that it was actually him, right? Wasn't his identity was never made public. How would they confirm it? And if they did confirm it, they probably lied. Drebber is not Drebber. Drebber is obviously still alive, but the professor's still alive then, right? No, assuming that everything that Drebber said is real, right? Because I'm gonna assume that it is because it's interesting, right? That means the professor's alive, and I'm gonna fucking just say it now. It's one of the major characters in this game. Like, it's Gregson. It's not Gina. Gina's too young. An 8-year-old. But yeah, it's like it's Gregson. I assume this lady's gonna be important. Courtney Scythe is her. It's Holmes, Strongheart, or it's like it's Barrick. Barrick killed his own father or brother. You know, it's somebody, right? It would appear that the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has ever been heard from him since. It's rather striking, then, that he would resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe that the incident was an out-and-out lie. Ah! Oh, what are you doing? You're here. Why I have to speak as you? What the bleeding Nora? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said that this is where you'd be, so... Gina, that's a lot in the museum. Madame Two-Spells will have to take a position... Will have you take a position as waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put the gun down. calm now? Sorry, I got scared. You should try to be the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it. We found the Dodgy Co's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in the drag. So come on. Here's the here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then. See you there. Okay, sick. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have to pay me monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Hato. Right, let's go. It's specifically Gina's voice. It's Gina and Gregson's voice. Those R's, man. Enoch Drebber's workshop. That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. They're only a prototype, naturally. Ah, you got here then. Gina, well done for finding the place. And in such a little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. Wolf! I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, and not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about the place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to the clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris and with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I get cracking. Lord Van Zieks and the forensic investigation team are on their way. Waiting here as we speak. And then again, I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to the lawyer types. Right. So, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance! And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. Up, huh? And Drebber was nowhere in here, huh? Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will go away soon. the Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No. I'm fine, thank you. Would you like a little free Herlock Sholmes massage service? Free with a happy ending. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Shh. Talking's hard, alright? It's really hard. I didn't say Shervish. I heard it and I didn't want to say it out. I didn't want to like bring like notice to it, but apparently you heard it. Fuck. Shh. Now how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite the mystery at times. No. I can't say a goddamn thing here. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it'll allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but real airplanes can actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't stay in midair unsupported. So, to you, the solution is ever taller towers? Or Naruhodo. If he was time traveled to this to this age, he'd be like rocket ships. NASA, Elon Musk? Is that a food? Is that a type of muscle? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There is a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard. So hands off until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. He's doing the raised brow. Look at him. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No. Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Really, huh? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the special dispensation? Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Yeah. Look at those two. Fucking going at it. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices that seem or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. We've just met a really strange group of people. They don't need, not just British, but just people in general. They're all strange. So we can't look at this. Is there anything else up here that we can look at? Yeah, or can we can't even look at the horn. Oh, well, we can't even talk to Gregson. Yeah, I think that's everything then. Okay. This is a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Dreber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Yay. Oh, is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Woof, woof! Right, mind the grease. Whoever is in there, open up! This is the Scotland Yard. Oh my. Someone is in there. Ah! This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Tom! What? What happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Trevor running away. But there's only one door in this room. And no windows can afford an escape route. Their skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are those footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What? What do we have here? What have we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd be no need to muck in these trying... No need to muck it about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor on the foot of this pillar. Rope? What's significant about it? Ours! Never mind. You see, you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic investigation team arrives too. Yeah, we also must look at the very inconspicuous bomb. There's a bomb. Did we look at the bomb? No one talked about the bomb. there's just a very clear bomb I don't know. Sholmes is looking at it right now, but there's a distinct lack of, I don't know, caution, urgency for the bomb. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A flying green balloon. It does have all the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? There's no denying it, is there? There's footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Is there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Yeah, I just noticed the pictures up here are upside down too, no? Actually, no, they aren't. Some of them are. I think this one's upside down. And this one's upside down too. But some of them are just taken off straight up. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? I don't know. There seems to be a very strange object that's shaped like a bomb that that you seem to be scrutinizing very hard and has a clock in front of it and is ticking strangely like a bomb. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in fact, I have found something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars. Miss Susato, what's the matter? I didn't even finish my sentence. It looks like a bunch of thick cigars wrapped in a large watch to me. But does Naruhodo not know what dynamite looks like? Miss Susato, what's the matter? Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? What'd you say? A time bomb? What is that? I'm sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Truly, you are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. We're gonna die! I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Oda? And you haven't gotten a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Cool. Oh, well, thank goodness, but then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes? Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I am fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do whenever a puzzle presents itself. A puzzle? But I have learnt to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene that we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is, without a question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He did not like that. Well, Inspector Gregson seems to be delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. What is happening? Can we start the deduction already? You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. This clearly flawed 5-minute deduction I've made. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Otter. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. There you go. What? So the room isn't the work of Drebber himself? It is plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, and the lamp. Everything is turned upside down. Oh, so Sato is the subject of this deduction, huh? Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? What the fuck is that? Excuse me, we haven't taken the time to turn our heads to the left a little bit. Indeed, the key here is gravity. Wow. It would appear that technology had last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness, what? The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Otto. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in that dream of mine the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question, indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction it will be switched. There was a clear requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality with an automatic fashion in some time later with the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of my bed. Wow. Because gravity was reversed, huh? Yeah? Yeah, 1930s great detective. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions are above our heads. Yes, how is it possible for there to be footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of this nearby skylight. Oh, is it not the skylight? I thought it was that too. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Wee! This is dumb. But I'm kind of for it. The animations for this one are way better than the other cases so far. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen to the ceiling rather violently? Falling upside down is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? What? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Do not set the bomb off. Sholmes, do not set the bomb off in the room while we're in it. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Jesus Christ. What an idiot. Wow, she's just not paying attention. Ah, Toby. Hi, Toby. Hopefully he's clean. Didn't you just pick him off the street? You should give him a bath. Guys, she's completely spellbound. Hello? Sasato, wake up. He fucking lied to you. Mr. Sholmes, sorry. There is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing else. You are destined to be troubled by it, by just one thing for the rest of your life. Wow. Thanks. Jesus. Fucking rude. But anyway, the thing is such thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. It's not possible. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may be. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. The original was clumsy. Yes, I had a feeling I read it somewhere in something that Mr. Sato let me once. Objection. Hi, Mr. Sato. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find dear ropes. And as evidence of such, you only need to look at the mystery we faced in this room now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils in a rope. Yeah, it is. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with a few minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yeah, the great deduction. You're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far. If you're ready, let us resume! Sherlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular! But it's my turn now. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. You're an idiot! It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp. everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned in the ceiling, before falling straight into the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology had succeeded at last in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly resorted to the same place. Resorted? To normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find that idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted that it was scientifically impossible, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh. That's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining the topsy-turvy scene is a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, wow, look at this conveniently placed flower pot right here. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. Everything seems to be upside down in here. The safe is conspicuously right way up, isn't it? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Wow, it is bolted down. Like, super bolted down. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. I think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say. Or think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. You're so mean, Sasato. Fuck. I'm just trying to be a good detective. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear. Saying the first thing that comes to your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. What is this? Well, wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look! I know. That slender vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The fact that it's very conspicuously placed behind the bed frame. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played in the whole business, which means it didn't play a part at all. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Also, I'm trying to impress you. Or are you jealous? Sorry. I just everybody's trying to get me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassumingly slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, and so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there only remains to be one possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over each piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but that leaves one mystery and very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything is turned upside down here is because of this anti-gravity device. Even though I just said it wasn't. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture around. And whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing else comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Man. Why is all the furniture turned upside down? I don't know. That's a coal burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. But it isn't just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake in it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. That seems like having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu table and a nabe hop pot, and mikan orange, and a cat, and an elderly relative. Oh, you mean it seems like too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you? What? Oh, eating it too. Right, I get it. We've already established that the gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Yes, it is. It very much is. Shomes. Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair. Oh yes, safe 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. Do you mean this number would have let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Oh my god! God! How could we have not seen it? It's right there! Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you have a very similar experience once. Did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people off forgettable souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Also because technology doesn't exist. We don't have cell phones. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I forgot which book I'd written it in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things down in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I turned my room upside down. Yes. Thank you, Miss Naruhodo, but I believe I have proven my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has certainly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant in this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that will unlock this safe. Cool. find the save combination. Because he's an idiot and he forgot which piece of furniture he put it on. You know, it would have been the chair, the table, the chair, the table, the dresser, the bed, the chair. So many choices. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that the footprints are all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The very reason the footprints are on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if the change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did the footprints get up there? Yes. I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life is so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What the fuck? What the hell is happening here? It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true, but even so, right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, we've said many things now. Gravity can't explain how they got there. The powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoes could. Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes? No. I know what I imagine. He had a spring like Sonic and he jumped up there. Sorry, give me 1 second. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem like a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yeah. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though, what it tells us, I'm not so sure. He really likes kicking the balloon. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look! Yes, and there's more footprints on this balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, I think? If so, judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up there several times. Why would anybody be throwing a shoe up there at the ceiling, though? Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid. Yeah, why?
Take that!
There's a random ass shoe on the balloon. This is dumb. Look up. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But also, for what purpose? The green balloon, seems to be somewhat familiar data. Huh? It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gods claimed that he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model as the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that that something may be concealed inside. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making his hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely a shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became the prisoner of those lofty heights. How?
Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside of it.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers some solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? That's dumb.
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So you can just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Oh, the crossbow?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing his shoe in such a critical time as this. Shoot the balloon! So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Pop! Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside of a metal mask. A mask that's shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside of it. That means...
Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so Drebber was... So you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent.
Of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Two-Spells model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two-Spells will now have to settle with her sizable count with me. This, as you now have surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Two-Spells and returning it, sans te, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably connected by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in this room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course.
I gotta go now. I got school in 4 hours. Bye-bye. Go to sleep, man. Get out of here. I'll see you when I see you again, okay? Bye-bye. Good night. I'll see you on Thursday. On Thursday? Saturday. Bye, probably. Bye-bye. Get out of here.
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be... It's already Thursday. Shh. No.
Personally, I still think he might have escaped via those skylights.
But you heard what Mr. Sholmes said. The man must still be in here in the room. I'm afraid your opinion might put you at loggerheads with the great detective, Mrs. Sato.
Sometimes a man must stand up for what he believes in and fight.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll leave it to you. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like.
An ingenious hiding place.
Oh, is it?
Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? But the clever engineer knows that, and he knows you never look for him in there, because he's not crockery.
Though sadly it does seem to be full of only crockery.
Fuck! He hid in the bomb! The bomb's the murderer! If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that.
Ah yes, you had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you?
We'll find him in there. Mark my words, he'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making a discovery.
Never mind, Miss Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes. Plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Where is he? I don't know. I just can't put my finger where he could be. Gosh. I don't know. There's so few choices, but I just don't know.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at this point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture he had overturned in the process. From which we deduced that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. My puzzle! Oh, he's really inside the safe. I didn't think he would be. But so, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. All right then. Here goes. Well. You found me. Whoa. You have a cool hand. Oh, shit! Yo, break it down! Hey. Hello. Culprit. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I assume. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked the Professor Hairbrain into the bogus machine you built.
And you shall explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two-Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate? Your parcel?
I prefer it, of course. To the time bomb. I left in the most prominent position. Ah! Ah ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. Oh, whoa. Whoa, you're evil. You're all gearing up to die with me then.
No!
I thought Sholmes deactivated it already.
Mr. Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare!
That was too close for comfort.
I've got one from the grave already!
Are you trying to help a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to the anti-gravity device might be quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Jesus Christ, dude. I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that sideways glance of aid, Mr. Naruhodo? I thought that deducing, meaning the movement of the people's eyes, was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes.
Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Drebber has to say for himself.
Oh wow, this is all the same. Yeah, it's all like, oh, who cares about whatever the fuck happened? Yeah, oh, Drebber. Let's save here. Actually, I can't believe that we're still in the investigation. This investigation's way longer than I thought it would be. Also, we found Drebber.
What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. For everything is precisely what it seems. Yeah. Well, we will be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Aye. That must have been... Aye. That would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination to the safe. And another loose one, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written on.
And we also found a rope over by the corner.
Yes, I had hoped to escape through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination to the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
God, you're dumb. Isn't he? And after that you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set that parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside, allowing it to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No. That was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seamlessly ending discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, nose, ears, and mouth?
You almost got us killed, dude.
I think we have a fairly good idea on what's been going on in here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you see. That is the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it as a protection, but bleh. That's enough. What's going on in here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well.
Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigations team is here. And you know full well that this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes.
Wow, you guys know each other, huh?
Mr. Sholmes know Dr. Scythe?
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell you...
Get out.
But of course, we shall see ourselves to the door. I haven't seen you. I see you haven't solved up at all. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
It would appear that our delightful, entertaining investigations will have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes...
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I say get out now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Who cares? Leave! Coo. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm. That one.
What are you? That one? Yeah, you mean...
Coo.
Oh shit, really? When did you arm that one? It's been like 3 days!
It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
Whoa! Dude! Not cool!
Wait, really? That's crazy!
Also, when did you set that? So was, this all a part of your plan?
Well, he made it, right? So he had to have planted it so long before. That's amazing.
Well, also it sucks. That's fucked up, dude. October 24th, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. Yeah, we're back. The defendant's antechamber.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. Should I be? Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, hi. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're here.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, I really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest to not enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize. I realize that it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, well, have you not? To cast in my direction,
Sorry? I don't follow.
I must spell it out. I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose to some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked me on both cheeks, punched me, kicked me from the bed. And she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh, my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities in blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in.
Sorry to cut in.
It's you. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression.
Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know!
Poor Professor. Anyway, here is the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it might prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy. Whoa, what the mass murder is? Who killed the 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a close trial 10 years ago. No, it was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
It's all in here. The autopsy report of the mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by close trial 10 years ago. The killer's autopsy report has been... Okay, sec.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course.
Well, then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay it all out. Lay this all out to rest. At last, excuse me, sorry.
Oh, we can look at it, actually. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone. Even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. It is interesting, though. How would Madame Two Spells know what the man looked like? Unless they explained it already. Actually, I have no idea if they did. Like, wouldn't this just be like a blank head inside of here? Also, you can't see through these grills. Okay. Oh yeah, I never looked at this either. It's just this in front of it. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic to... Bless. Excuse me. Gosh. Okay, we're good. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber was a very talented scientist. Does it open? Piece of glass. What the hell? There was like something hanging on my eyelash, and it was just like dangling in front of me. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes would have such thick skin. There's really no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo. As you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings in his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Also, watchmaking is like such a delicate thing, is it not? You're fucking up the whole clock. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just in here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you think. What you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Wait, what? So what? It's open? There's blood on the inside, so it had to be open. Look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate in here. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. What a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Just the waxwork isn't an actual person. Oh no, yo, Luke, what's up? What? My very expensive antique camera. There's strawberry jam all over it. So we never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're right, of course. Where is Susato-san? She looks devastated. You're looking forward to that, huh? Is that it? I think that's it. Whoa. Naruhodo. Whoa. I'm spitting. Susato, I'm spinning. Condemned prisoner. Pseudonym the professor. Died by hanging at midnight. Courtney Stevens. Huh? 17th of June. Courtney Stevens? Isn't this the same person? Wait, hold up. Nope. Oh, it's not the same person. Courtney Stevens. Oh, Courtney Scythe is on here. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. Same first name? She's married. She got married, and she had a kid.
And now that kid is helping her in the autopsy, I think. I don't know. This mystery, want to kill people girl. Or she's just an assistant. Well, Mr. Herbain, let us. I read all this.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Dribba? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way towards the courtroom at once. Hussey got filtered. Well, you said it there, so what's the context of Hussey? YouTube's cracking down on you. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth! Man, you know what I forgot? Tomorrow's Halloween, huh? I'm actually going to be busy tomorrow. The system is ready. Get this. Fix your filter, YouTube. It's like a really bad online game filter. Like Final Fantasy 14. Is that the game with the really bad filter? One of those games has a really bad online chat filter. I don't know which one. Yeah, tomorrow's Halloween, huh? Yeah, I'm not doing anything. You doing anything special for All Hallows Eve? I see. Yeah. I completely forgot about that. I have people coming over. And when I mean I mean my family. My family's having people over. And I have to deal with them tomorrow all day. I don't think I'm gonna dress up. It's just for the kids. If people want me to dress up, I'll whip out the maid outfit, sure. But yeah, like I'm not doing anything special. Maybe if there's candy. You know what candy I've been really into recently? It's like the only candy I've been eating recently. Just because my father gets it for some reason. I don't know why. Fucking Reese's, but like Reese's Take 5. You ever had those? Like mini Reese's Take 5s. They're like Reese's. So they're chocolate and peanut butter. But then they also have caramel and a pretzel. Is that it? Chocolate, peanut butter, caramel, pretzel, and something else. And peanuts. Just straight peanuts. Those things are so good. Yum. I don't like I have like a rule when it comes to like sweets where it's like I can only eat one piece a day, right? But for the time I did have it, it was very good. Yum. Are you not into that? Are you not into a good Reese's bar or a Reese's like little square of just chocolate and peanut butter? You're dressing up for work today? Oh, nice. Well, what is it? Some specific? Or is it one of those like I'm going in as a sexy man? No, seriously telling you me. I was just wondering just because of like ... And I'm like, oh, you don't like it? Or are you still being sarcastic? The problem with texts. Yeah. I went to a Spirit Halloween recently and it was just like cowgirl or like steampunk girl, steampunk hat. and then like pimp, and then yellow pimp, and green pimp. I don't know why pimps were so popular there. There was just a whole section for. Oh Jesus! Oh, cool. Are those cowboy boots? It's just the shoes. A lot of pimps, yeah. A lot of like backhanding pimps, like that. Like like making money off of like selling ladies pimps, which is not great. But I don't know. At least in America, Halloween has kind of turned into like the sexy. It's the naughty season. Oh no, like that. I'm sorry. The shoes stand out so much. Oh, stream can't see it, but Luke sent me a picture, and like the the thing that has my eyes the most are those boots right there. They're very like link coded. I see. That's cool. Maybe I'll dress up tomorrow. It's just like they stand out so much. If I feel like I would stare at them if anybody wore them ever. Just like wow, those are like like pure leather. At least like that's what it looks like, right? It's just pure like one piece, like not a lot of like stitching. It's just one solid piece, one solid texture of shoe. Maybe I should bust out the Kiryu suit. Maybe no, that suit was expensive. Yeah, maid outfit it is. I was talking to Cerseus about like if I wanted to do because I did something for Halloween last year, like on stream because Halloween actually landed on Thursday, I think, last year. And when I played Signalist, the first stream was not a face cam, but like a body cam, and I was in a maid outfit for that whole stream. And I look back at it now, right? And I can say this because it's been a year, right? I was pretty upset that stream because no one showed up. I was really upset that stream that like no one was there to like because I was hinting at it the entire time, and I was like, "It's gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen," and no one showed up. It was so sad. It was a fucking doozy. You couldn't. The thing is, you couldn't really even see it. Most of the time, I'm pretty sure you could only see like my legs that had the stockings on them. And I'm not sure. Sorry, miss. No, don't worry about it. It was a year ago. It's fine. But I'm pretty sure you could see through the stockings like very slightly because they were white, but they're stockings, so you could like see through them. And fun. I don't know why I sat through like I don't know how long I did that stream, like 5 hours, 4 hours of that. How embarrassing. And then I just kept playing Signalist without that, and that was Signalist is a good game actually. But yeah, nothing this year. Mostly because I didn't plan anything, and I don't plan to do anything. Also because I am busy tomorrow. But yeah, no plans for Halloween other than the people coming over. My mother's making pho. It's just gonna be the normal family gathering. Mother makes pho. I have to babysit. Adults getting drunk slash high. No, only one person smokes weed. Yeah, one person might get high, and then like the kids will play around. They'll take care of them, act like objects. Yep.
Yeah, I don't like. The thing is, like, we don't really. I'll take. Yeah, that's the usual. I take up like I'm like the DD. You know what I mean? I'm the DD at my own place. I'm like a bouncer, but the but I take care of everything, or I take care of a lot of things. I basically just watch over everybody, and I'm like, you need this here, you need this here. Make sure everything's okay. Cool. Make sure the cats are okay. Honestly, my cats are the biggest concern whenever some events like that happen. Just to make sure they don't run out. They don't run out usually. Just I think they have an instinct to sometimes though. But yeah, this is usual. It is very annoying though, actually, and it super sucks. Yeah, basically. I'm just making sure everybody's in check. Just like, hey, you cool? Cool. Don't do that. Watch out. You'd eat something. Very much like that. It does like whenever I think about like now that we're on this topic, whenever I think about my like family's impression of me, like my like extended family, I know what everybody in my direct family thinks of me. But like my extended family, I'm always surprised because like I had an interaction a couple months ago with someone with like a I don't even know how she's related to me. She's like my like far removed like cousin or like aunt because she's 10 years older than me or something like that. And she was like, "I'll say you're so smart. I'm so glad that you like talk smart because I'm gonna be very frank here. My whole family, they're like hood coded. You know what I mean? You know what I mean to say that? They're very like hood coded. They they get by they get by poverty. They all work like jobs that they hate. They drink a lot. They smoke weed. Some of them, most of them. They and they like they do like I don't even know. I don't know how you describe it. I can only describe it as like they're very hood. And like my side of the family, well, like my direct family. Not to say that they're not influenced, because it's all on my mother's side. Only the people on my mother's side are like that. But like my direct family, my mother, my father, me, my sister, my brother. We're like the only people who like don't engage in that, and that's because we are lucky enough to be far removed from that. The only other people that are kind of like that are my cousin. Is that I have one cousin that's kind of like that. But yeah, there's two sides of my family. There's the hood people, and then there's the neats. You're either like a big party goer, you do drugs and weed and alcohol and do partying and go to clubs and fuck around and get into a bunch of trouble, or you're a nerd who's into a bunch of like neat stuff and like keeps to themselves. I'm like I'm the neat part of my family, but like to the extreme. Because even then, most of like the quote unquote like nerd slash neat people in my family, they still like do regular like partying and stuff and drinking. I don't do that because it's annoying. It's mostly because it's annoying. Honestly, I'm both. You can be both. It's not mutually exclusive. That's what I'm saying. Like those nerd people, they still do some of the stuff over there, but it's just like I'm like extreme that. Also, it's okay as long as you're not an asshole while you're doing it. And to be fair, the reason why I don't like my family coming over is because most of them are assholes most of the time. You know what I mean? They're just not good people. Not to me specifically. I think they all have like a pretty like good opinion of me, right? But
like outside of their life, I'm just like, you guys suck as like people. And like like as much as I'm like, and this is where it comes down to like, you know, it becomes a thing of like, you people have only treated me well, and like if there's ever a case in point where like you ask me for something, I'll probably help you. But like every time I hear about something about what you've done and like how you lead your life and what I see as a product of your life every time you come over, it's just like not respectable to me. And like my mother specifically loves to hark on this idea of like, ah, but we're family, family's everything. And I'm just like, shut up. Like you know like I'm be main and because of I be frank, out of spite of my mom, I kind of follow the whole like family doesn't mean shit. If they're like they're all still bad people. You know what I mean? Have you seen them act? We've gone into major trouble because of them. You've thrown yourself in the line of fire because of them, and you still stand by them? You kidding me? And it's not a joke. That did happen once. It's a very extreme case. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like I don't want to sugarcoat it, right? Because what I wanted to say was like when I said like the shut up thing to my mom, I wanted to be like, even though she's my mom, right? Like, but like if she's my mom or not, right? It's just like, like don't if you say don't say something so stupid to me. You know what I mean? Like us being family means nothing, legitimately. I don't care if we're family or not. I just care about if the people that we know are good people and won't get us involved in bad stuff, which is exactly what they do. Yeah, I don't have I don't have a very high opinion of my family, and I don't value family to the extent that I think most people inherently do. I only care if you're a good person and do good people things. If you're a good person and you do good people things, then you're a good cookie in my book. If you don't, you can fuck right off. You know, I don't want anything to do with you. I think there's a level of ignorance to that though. You know, but yeah, I feel like I'm very harsh when it comes to my family. Is just the thing. No, 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 no. That I was gonna say something like that too. Like even if you are a quote unquote like terrible person, which if you are to your own standards, you probably aren't. Let's be frank. You're just being an overly harsh critic on yourself. How would I know? You know what I mean? That's my selfish kind of take, right? How would I know? As long as you treat me well, there will be nothing. We'll have no troubles at all. Well, if you're actually off, then go do what you got to do, man. I know it's really late for you. You gotta go sleep. Are you Frank? What if everyone's just Frank? You know what I mean? Like you've only treated me cool. We're all Frank. Everyone's Frank. Yeah, you only. I mean, you've treated me cool. I mean, there are people on stream that have not treated me cool, and you know what? They're gone. They've left. You know what I mean? And e even if you did do something that I would consider not cool, I don't know it. I don't know it. And that's what I mean by there's a level of ignorance, right? I think that's just the way people live lives now, though. Not to get like, I don't know if philosophical is the right word, but you know, like deep. Everyone lives with a certain level of of ignorance when it comes to human connections. But yeah, too many bad people. And the thing is, like, I don't know any. I don't know any like other people IRL. You know what I mean? I just know my family and the boys. So it's like, if I'm being frank, it's really hard for me to talk to people in real life. Just because I think my expectations are a bit skewed, especially with like my family is born and raised the way they are because of the area that they're in, you know. And whenever I have to go up, I have to engage in whatever, you know, whatever they have to go through too, and that's oh. Frank. It's scary. It scares Frank. Frank gets scared of that stuff. I was talking about it earlier. I'm just like, I'm just not good at talking to people IRL. It scares me. I fuck up. I'm gonna fuck up, stumble over. Not stumble over words. I'm not scared of that. Who cares about that? It's just like, it's just irrational. And even more than that, it's just like, I expect them to talk to me like my family talks to strangers, you know? Because that's what it is. And that, ugh. You know? Ugh. Man, we pivoted hard. Halloween to family. Final notes. I don't believe in filial piety. Do I believe in blood is thicker than water? No, but I do believe in whatever that full quote is. Blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, or whatever the hell, right? That's the best part, making a fool of yourself. Yeah, it's like it like makes a bit, you know. When I ask for like over easy steak. Yeah, like when I Orphan will always have that interaction implanted in his memory with me. Yeah. No filial piety, no blood is thicker than water. Just be a cool person at the end of the day. And we're all cool, Nia. Yeah, Nia. Yeah. 24th of October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Sorry, Phoenix Wright, I've kept you waiting. My controller disconnected. Oh. He's there. God damn it. This is about to be hell. Also really long. This is about to be real long. I feel. In the name of it. What was your voice? Yes. Yeah, it's more like my controller just disconnects every once in a while, and it for some reason it didn't reconnect this time. Yeah, the controller that I'm using right now is just pretty like, it's pretty worn out. It's the wire for it's really bad. It like disconnects constantly. It does the thing where it, like if the wire is positioned wrong, it'll disconnect. And then the worst thing about it is the joystick is like super loose, like extremely loose. Like the whole mechanism itself is like fucked up. So like I have to get like a new like actual like plug-in controller soon, like an actual USB controller soon. Which sucks, but it's oh well. It's an oh well. like for Kingdom Hearts, I had to switch to my my Pro controller. That's how bad it is for like action games. But for like Phoenix Wright, it's whatever.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain here present, who stands accused of the murder.
No, yeah, it sucks.
And are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Just having a bit of time tuning there. he's like standing at the bench. What is he doing? The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Seeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Is it? The prosecution is ready, my lord. You do like this accent? Because this is basically Aussie, right? What, do you speak low like that? Like that?
If I may, Lord Von Seeks.
Yes, my lord.
It appears someone appears to be standing at your side.
Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Whoa, really? I was about to say, yeah, it didn't have a cork before. He's my personal corker. Nope. What are they called? This corkscrew, that's what they're called. Bingo, nice. Yeah, Australian has slowly become like the easiest accent for me to do. And it's sommelier. He always has the same bottles, so he's not picking it out for him, but he's just there as like a bottle opener for him. But it's just a corkscrew. I therefore instruct my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. And the smooth running of the liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we could do at the moment. God. Yeah, I remember a while ago we were talking about the guy who spoiled this specific plot point. God, what a nut. I'll always bring him up. How annoying. This was the spoiler. This is the spoiler. The whole Kazuma's alive. He's just this guy. I don't know the details. He didn't spoil the details of it. I only saw that like he's alive and that he's like not dead. Part. But like gosh, what a nut. Yeah. Thank God it didn't get held out for any longer. It was kind of perfect timing, but also at the same time, he said it right before it happened. Right, which ticked me off a bit, but like it's better that way. It would have been even like because we met him this chapter, right? And Ryunosuke was like, this dude, he seems familiar, I just don't know what. And if they held it out the entire time that like, I just don't know he looks so familiar, I just can't put my finger on it, and they held out until like chapter 5, I would have been so annoyed by it, but they cleared it up this chapter, so I'm okay with it.
I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court you made yesterday. I understand that you've successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who has been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready to and willing to proceed?
I don't remember any of your voices. I don't remember any of your voices. I'm actually just gonna open up the stream from 2 weeks ago just to find out. What were your voices? I aim for consistency here on this stream. Give me 1 second. What the judges think? Yeehaw! Very well, very well. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you seen my ox anywhere? How does he? Oh, what do they sound like? Them? Ba. Hold up, I'm like listening to it. Yeah, I made an Abraham Lincoln joke. Okay. No, don't be confused me. That's. Uh-huh. Go on. Uh-huh. Go. Talk. What? Okay. And I remember the old guy's voice. Yes, my lord. That was your voice. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
Oh.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Anything. What was your voice? What was this one? This one's a weird one. Oh no. The other dude's voice is different. This guy's any fake scientist shall leave the field of the wrath of God. If you asked me.
We have to listen to what's said. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Okay, that took you a very long time. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zeeks. It was really long. Before I do, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in the case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion! This is an outrage! Ow! Yes, I gave this grave news. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office this evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ashes in a flame. He has like the backstory to a Fire Emblem character. Too, right? He's like a villain. He could be a villain. My brother died in the war. Your people killed my brother. I must kill you. Like that. That's how you make it political. I here have the photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes. A terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take the print as evidence, counsel. Got a dash on my best of luck. Okay, go do what you gotta do, man. I'll see you when I see you again, okay? Best of luck. And, good luck with Halloween. Sweet dreams or, like, good morning? Morning duties, D-duty. Yep, go do the dudes. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very difficult trial. Oh, fuck. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was a result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Ansem died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Cool. Yeah, sure. Let's go for it, dude. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Yo, I think this guy's super cool, actually.
State your name and occupation for the court. Name. Name. Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black mark? Yes. Wait, I feel it as the way you've seen it somewhere. Oh, you too? Oh, it's exactly how the feeling myself. Oh. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated with connection to another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But it has no bearing on this trial. I assure you. Cleave it into your mind. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicated. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing machine, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science. Making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Goodness gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the morning that nothing. We've already established that we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed the method and demonstration its feasibility, nothing more.
What? We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. I am a robot.
My voice can't go that low, man. The kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately a year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints, and I constructed the machine with his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Yeah, that's your voice now. A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But I would be right in saying you haven't managed to establish these all along those lines. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
It is my understanding that this witness is well versed in. Yeehaw! It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfuls. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring you know how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more matches that of any academic in the field. Investigating of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this royal trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. As a hypothetical, if a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though, I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Oh, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of science.
He's so evil.
He's so unbelievably evil, you know? The counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The kinesis machine. I met a young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd see his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrumptious investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay the bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention your excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints I constructed with the machine to his precise specifications. There was no trick. It's clear that you had both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The knowledge you have, better. The better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a shred of evidence left remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. In any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. And tell me, does the victim have a twin? Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman has a twin! Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the third of hope hasn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled out that possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated by someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim playing on my mind. The spectators saw the birdcage appear above their head and crash.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you said.
According to the many witness reports from those that were at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
And yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from a headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come to by that information?
Even the infernal recluse of me reads the newspaper, you know. According to the report, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the victim, or the defendant. And he had a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not at the level where such things can be determined.
Judge?
What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it is obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny.
A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built on was somewhat flawed.
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I said a number of times, I am an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles that it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principle it relies on, aren't you?
Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving an hypothesis.
He's certainly sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue the authenticity of its authenticity. It's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Wait, was he wearing that?
They do look similar, don't they? Right? Don't they? Don't they look similar? Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No, because he was still in there when... If the whole show was a fraud, then it would require a body double. Tell me.
Objection!
No. The defense would object to that last statement, my lord. I will overrule your objection. Fuck. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Objection!
Nope. These are some like really big like jumps I'm trying to make, but it's just like I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's this one. If the show was a fraud, then it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Can't you just press this? I just want to read all this again.
Objection!
It has absolutely ruled out that possibility. It is beyond a question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So can have been orchestrated by using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Someone who looked identical? Identical. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was a trick. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. It's not flawed, right? But what if it wasn't? I think that's what we're trying to say. What if it wasn't a body double? What if it didn't need a body double, right? And to that extent, it's like, what would prove that, huh? I think that's what it is. What if it didn't need a body double? What does it say? Oh, he died from hanging? I'm trying to think, actually. Is the broken vertebrae, like, from hanging?
Objection!
No. I wanted to see if it was like, oh, he couldn't have... No one would have known that it wasn't him.
Objection!
I'm pretty sure, I'm almost entirely sure it's this. I'm just gonna keep shooting shots until I get it. Actually, no, I don't have any other, like, any other evidence for it to be like, this proves it. It doesn't. If you're unable... He fell from a considerable height. Maybe it isn't this? All the spectators saw the bird cage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built on is somehow flawed? It was blown open by the explosion. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed it.
Objection!
No. I just want to see, like, if it... we don't know. We don't know if it was, like, precise. Wait, I'm, like, super lost here, actually. I actually have no idea.
Hold it!
And and then Ryunosuke said something about the idea of, like, a body double? I assume that's a hint, right? It's just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Should just saved over the other one. Oh well.
Objection!
Nope. I think we're gonna be here for a while. He's certainly sure of himself. What do you think? Oh, no. Okay, let me just read this one more time. Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. If we're unable to establish that it was a stage piece... There are no grounds to demonstrate Ms. Harrigan's innocence. Mr. Asman and this man stand in the sand tricked the professor and used him. He took advantage of his naivety and let him get away with it. Fuck. How must he be feeling about Trevor? Yeah. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed a machine. To the precise specifications, there is no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, does the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was somehow flawed. This is a throwaway, right? Because, yeah, obviously it's flawed. The spectators saw the birdcage peering above their heads and crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. Yes. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, does the victim have a twin? He provided me with the blueprint and I constructed. There's no way to prove this, right? Like, we don't have the plan for it, so there's no way to prove that, like, it wasn't built to his specifications or whatever the hell, right? This saw the shot. Was he? You can't tell if he's wearing a hat in that picture. Also, they don't look alike, like, at all. Their hair is completely different. He provided me with the blueprints I constructed to his perception. Just to make sure that there's nothing else to look at. Yeah, because I looked at everything here now. Yeah, because this is just a piece of glass. This is just a trophy. This is just the head of some man. Some man head. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. There was no trick. You know what I'm feeling? I think we do this cross-examination and then we end probably. I don't know how much longer I can go, actually. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Wait, can I present?
Objection.
No, I can't. I think I already tried that. And it's like, no, that doesn't make sense. The body double doesn't make sense.
Objection.
Damn, I thought that was it too. I only thought that was it because I didn't know if I'm like, it might have been a body double. There's a piece. I found a piece of glass on this random waxwork. You know. Tell me, did he have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear from above the head, appear above their heads, and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I grant you. Screwdriver. Photograph taken by God while he was, yes. The wooden cage that was used, it crashed down with the victim into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. It's hard to make out, but it appears he's wearing one black monocle black glass of Mr. Driver in the special exhibit. While the lens is exposed, there's dark stain visible on the bellows. A small fragment it would appear to be from the crystal tower. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. It's the head of. Is there nothing else to look at here? There really is nothing else to look at through all this. Nope, just that. Yep, that's it. Autopsy known for the
Objection.
no. Ma. I think I presented everything to this, right? No? I met 1 year ago, he provided...
Hold it!
Hold up, I'm gonna... Not really by chance. His name is Paper. I had no interest in the private affairs and no concern of mine as long as they paid the bills. Who can say I presume because my name is... Not to mention extensive fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. Yo, Ambrosia, what's up? How you doing? Was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Certainly has a mind like no other. I saw you playing Stranova earlier. There was a whole bit about that. Sorry. I was about to start playing the game, and then it was like, remember I was just playing Shinova, and I'm like, oh, sick. Cersei was here for that. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. There was no track. There was no trick. Are you sure there was no trick? The trick was this!
Objection.
I don't know. I don't know what it could be. I cannot fathom. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Or did they? Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science somehow flawed? Yes! It was flawed. You fucked it up. You... It was your bomb. You did it. I have no idea what they're asking for here. I really don't. Because it's like... What did we say? He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. And Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor, but used him. They took advantage of his naivety, blah, 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 and seemed that... What do you feel about him? I met... Oh, boy. Habuba. Hawuba. Nababas. Habinga. Habanga. Enoch Drebber. As all the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. I mean, obviously the big thing in this picture is a giant gaping hole, right? Just a big gaping hole, right? That's it. The big gaping hole is what is the point here. Like, why would it need to open up like that? You know what I mean? Is it like... And what is the thing that they said? If we don't... But if we're unable to establish that... So that's what we need to establish. That the machine was bad. And was stage trickery. This feels like the right thing, no? Like, if it... right? If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, does the victim have a twin? And I'm like, they're like pointing me towards this one, I think. But like with what? Unless they're gonna be like, is there a twin?
Objection.
Nope. That was the problem with the last time I had a problem testimony. It was the most obvious shit. And that's what I'm scared of again. Like, does he have a twin? Yes! Somewhere in this picture, one of these guys, right? And it's just like, no, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Pierce his heart, a sharp implement, a broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from the sunfall or from a considerable height. This is the fraudster. You are the clodster. You are the man who did the killing. If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, where would this body double be? I really don't think it's this. I really don't think it's that. It's this point. There's nothing else that contradicts it. Drebber does not look like him. Do not argue that. Do not even argue that. Game. Drebber looks nothing like him. And if you say this, it can't be. You know why? His head is locked in a mask. Like, unless we got some way to, like, open it. Like, oh, it looks like him, right? I feel like that'd be, like, the only, like, possible, like, probable way. The professor. The professor did it. That's right, he did it. The professor. Oh, professor, he did it. He killed the victim. Is there anything more to analyze in these things? That's the only thing that I could be like I'm kind of wrestling with right now. Is like, is there anything else in these? I feel like this should be obvious. And I just like haven't like seen it. Right? The broken glass is just a piece of broken glass. There's nothing interesting about the broken piece of glass. It's just really thick. And it shines on one side, it shines on the other, but it's dull on the other side. Right? And it's just a piece of glass. And then the camera is the most interactable thing, right? But we open it, and now we... And Susato's like, there's nothing in here, I'm so sad, you know? Right? And to that extent... What the fuck? The thing is, like, even if I do search it up, I'm gonna feel really upset because it might be, like, super dumb. That's the problem. I think we've been here long enough where, like, kind of warrants it, but, like... Hold up, I just wanna... You know what I'm gonna do? Give me 1 second. What?
Objection.
It was that? It was that? Really? We examined the birdcage crash into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which was wooden construction, has sustained damage on one particular spot. No, hold up. I'm gonna let this one cook, and if I think it's dumb, I'm gonna think, yeah. If I think it's dumb, I'm ending stream. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. I had a feeling. I think I hovered over that, didn't I? I was like, no, that's dumb. I like made a whole bit about that, right? It's like, no. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. Yeah, I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. Crash headfirst into the crystal tower. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's what we're gonna do, game? That's how we're gonna do this? Head first? Really? Also, what part is that? Okay. No. I'm not gonna argue that. It's the base of the machine, right? Or it's the base of the cage. That's fine. That is so minor. That is such a minor point. Oh my god. I didn't think we were gonna start doing this now. Head first. That is... I didn't even read that. The only reason why I almost presented the wooden cage to the thing is because of the it's because of the logistics of it, right? The dude broke his neck. How would he break his neck if the thing fell foot first? You know what I mean? Like, so to me it didn't make sense, but I didn't know where to present it. But I read it now and it's just like, yeah, fuck, god, that's so annoying. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? What are you saying? This is quite the opposite where it should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene, is damaged at the base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet damage is sustained at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages at play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't scientific experiments at all, but a very elaborate piece of stage trickery. Ugh. Ugh. Arnold Schwarzenegger? Should that be your voice now? Goodness gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage to the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection.
But multiple witnesses' reports claim that it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon flying over the stage, following the spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground, which is approximately 18 meters. For our Japanese audience that needs that clarification, it then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Nah, your voice is gonna say the same. I can't do Arnold. A riveting scientific analysis of scientific events from the prosecution there. Though it seems even more rigorous, you would have to say there is only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quite quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zieks. The witness is clearly a swindler, and the one who deceived is a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the only tone here. Yes. Yes. There's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very painfully demonstrates. What? It seems to me that this cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Of course. We will treat this matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. No, what is he doing? What an idiot. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen. This is where I present this, right?
Objection.
Nope. Really? Wait, are you kidding me? That's annoying.
Objection.
How annoying. It's not that. It isn't the picture that presents the hole in the machine that it could have fallen through. It's not that. Now I have to watch all this again.
Objection.
Yes, yes, yes. Let us slam our fists at each other in a very sensual way in order to prove ourselves and our points and our case. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, fuck! The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high from the birdcage to have fallen from. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there's a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Ansem on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of the impact following the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference is 30 feet is therefore the total distance that the bird cage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis there. Me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It's very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators we saw on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritably, yes. The kinesis machine clearly took place, and because there's no other place. What do we show him? It's one of the pictures of the stage, and I think it's this one.
Objection.
Yeah. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. No. Oh.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Right here, a mile? Right here. Place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. The birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you take a look at this diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Yeah. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we were to assume that there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord,
This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
my learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And the moment you take a look at the photographic print on the scene following yesterday's explosion,
Good lord, the metal grill in the floor seemed to, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, and I think that's a pretty good place to end off, actually. I was gonna be like, we should keep going, but I anticipate that this is gonna be a long, long trial. So, we're gonna end it here. I know things were heating up. I know we didn't really do a lot today, actually, in terms of the game. But, I hope you'll forgive me for that. And we'll come back to it next week, where we're actually gonna finish the game. Next week, we will finish the game, and we will have a good time. Right? How annoying, though, actually. I do kind of find it annoying. Because it was one word. That testimony, it was just one word where it was like... Yeah, it was one word where it was just like, head first. And I'm like, fuck, they're so right, but I just didn't notice it. I think I'm more mad at myself than I am at, I'm more mad at myself than I am like the game. Really. To an extent. But, yeah. With that being... Wow, really? Francisco only has... Oh, there you go. 100? Wait, only 100? Wow, he's not more popular? Francisco. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, sorry. I actually started watching a I started watching what is it called? Astronova stream. I'm really considering if I should go back to it. I don't know. Would I be able to keep up Astronova? And I want to keep playing Grand Blue too as well. Actually, I don't know. I won't be able. I can't tell. Maybe not. But yeah. Yeah. The final points. The game annoyed me, but I annoyed myself more than the game did. And everything else that we talked about before is kind of true. Kind of like do I want to kind of pivot into something else, kind of content wise? I kind of do. And I think that pivot will happen once we finish Terraria. I think that's the... Wow. Yeah, I'm just going to turn this off. I don't want to listen to an ad while I talk. But yeah, is there anything else that I want to talk about today? Not really. I honestly probably... Yeah, I don't have any other plans. Like tomorrow is Halloween. Honestly, I was thinking about doing something tomorrow, but now that I have to do something for my family, you know, it's not happening. But yeah, I'm gonna experiment with some things. Honestly, I might just fuck around, and hopefully you guys will stick around for that. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. I'm just gonna head out for today. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for watching. Today has been Thursday. Next time we play today's Thursday. We played Ace Attorney. We're gonna play more Ace Attorney next week on Thursday again. But then that's not the next actual stream. The next actual stream will be on Saturday, and we're gonna be playing Terraria. And hopefully we make some more progress in that, so we don't feel stuck like we have been for like probably the past like month. At this point, there's like a month worth of Terraria where we just been doing a bunch of nothing. So I want to get that done soon. Terraria should be done soon. I want to say next 2 weeks, at least. At most, it's another month, but at least 2 weeks. But and then we'll pivot into something else on Saturdays. But other than that, Saturdays Terrarias, and then Tuesday will be Kingdom Hearts, and then we're gonna come back to Ace Attorney on Thursdays. Yep, you hear that? All right. Well, that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. If you celebrate Halloween, go have a safe Halloween. Go trick-or-treating. Make sure you practice safe trick-or-treating. You know, check all your candy. Make sure nothing bad's happened to them. All that jazz, right? Right. But that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys when I see you guys all again. Okay. Bye. Oh, actually, before I do that, before I do that, give me 1 second. There you go. Loud music. Bye, everyone. I'm tired. Yeah.